Alright, welcome on in. We are 2 minutes early today. We'll give people just a moment to get in. I have, since the last stream, run around, done some artifact collecting, discovered a couple of zones, but I've done 0 missions. So all of those will be done on stream. I won't do any missions off stream, even like side missions. So, I've basically run around, collected some artifacts, gotten a couple of, attachments for guns, and sold some artifacts and used those to upgrade a suit of armor that I would like to make my main suit, basically. I'm going to press any key to continue here. And here we are. So I am in the Malachite region, I think. Yes. Over here. Duga's down here, Burnt Forest is over here, which I may go explore some. Currently my pack's below 30, so should be good to go just about anywhere. Which means for now, what I'm gonna do is I got a couple of local jobs. And I'm going to start with those. As I was saying earlier, I did pick up a couple of side missions, but I haven't done any of them off stream. So I specifically wanted to make sure that I was not having anyone miss out on those. But I was not as worried about making sure that everyone saw all of my artifact hunting for money. Just because that's not as, I don't know, interesting as like seeing the story play out, and B, because I needed money, and if I did all of that on stream, there would be too many fucking parts to this game. I should honestly probably look up the best money farming methods, just to make it quicker, but for now, my inclination is... Actually, I'm gonna snag that. For now, my inclination is to simply, do some artifact hunting off stream. Maybe find some good stuff and get those ready. But I'm currently working on the, I think, PS12 Bulat, or whatever it is. Set of armor that has 5 containers, some of them lead shielded, for artifacts. And so I also just realized that I should absolutely have an ear in so I can actually hear the game that has audio cues. Could be important. Jesus. Sorry, my sleep schedule's more than a little off at the moment. If you were around for the end of my last stream, my grandfather died, and I've been distracting myself. I read through a 600-page book in like 12 hours. I have played some of this off stream, just collecting artifacts, but my sleep schedule has been pretty fucked, if I'm honest. Okay. And yes, I am running around without my flashlight on. What's my brightness set at? Because I was playing on the Xbox. And I think I had it turned up higher than this. I'm just gonna go to like 85. No, see, that's not actually helping me. So I think it's my TV in the other room that is actually making that work better. Actually, if I leave that at 85 and turn the gamma down... Nope. So let's go gamma 50, brightness 80? I apologize, had I been thinking about this, I would have fiddled with it before I got on stream. 75? Yeah, close enough. Reloading, nothing on him. Pushing up. I don't remember the Snorks being this plentiful in earlier Stalker games. Like, as groups, I remember there being like 3 or 4 at a time, but I've seen as many as like 6 to 8. That was my own fault. Should have checked my compass before reloading. Eh, none of them. But I want their stuff. I would like to eviscerate them and sell those parts for money. I will say, I think in the most recent update, they changed it so that the guns no longer have the little white dot over them, so you have to, like, find them in the brush, which is really fucking annoying. Frequently by walking into them like that. But, like, without the little white dot, they just... Like, how the fuck am I supposed to see that without the prompt? That's a problem. That needs to be reverted. Yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, as far as I can tell, the gun's under the ground. So it could just be a meshing issue, but I don't know. See, like, that one I can at least see, even if it's not giving me the white dot. But having that white dot definitely helped. Okay, sun is coming up, which makes me feel generally better. Yeah, I see it. That one I almost didn't see. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so 1, 2, 7, 9, 7, 5. Okay. So clearly whatever that scratched out one was... Oh, was that maybe an 8? Yeah, okay. So it's 8. 1, 2, 8. 7, 9, 7, 5. I thought it was a mistake, not just a badly carved 8. Okay. If I didn't know better, I'd say there'd been a fight. I'm aware that I'm collecting a bunch of beat-up guns. I will possibly wind up dumping those. But if I hit a technician early enough, I may be able to sell them. So, no harm in putting them in my inventory until I have to dump them. Though... that definitely takes priority. I get the impression the locals are unfriendly. Pardon me. My voice will probably even out a little bit once I get some coffee in. That's honestly an impressive degree of peripheral vision. I assume they were shooting at something. Oh, I had a flashlight on. That was probably it. I hear him. I surely do not see him. Jesus. Well, the weather's friendly, too. Where are you? Come on. Okay. Let's take it nice and easy until this fucker decides to show themselves. Fortunately, I've got the healing supplies on board to tank a hit. Okay. Anything else of note? I'm like 90% sure it's a bloodsucker. I just don't see where. Also, to anyone watching who's like super frustrated at me listening to the directional sound, I currently am playing with one ear in because I've got the Discord open in case anyone wants to hop in on the voice channel. So my directional sound is for shit. Oh yeah, it's a bloodsucker. But where though? Okay, the roaring thing is annoying, but I'm pretty sure they have to drop invisibility to do it. Okay, this feels remarkably like a stalemate. Fuck it. We're gonna hop out in the open, take some hits. Okay. Where? I may just run the fuck away. I was gonna kill him just to get the bloodsucker tentacle. Aha! You're on the other side of the fence. Having a pathfinding issue. Come on. Come on. Oh, are there two? Yes. Okay. We got there. Any lootable parts, please? In the words of Walton Goggins, ass jerky don't make itself. Extra points if you get that reference. Happily take the stash. And the shotgun ammo. Friendly, okay. That's what I was hoping, but... Definitely wanted the high ground if I had to engage. Okay, I do open bottles with my knife, but to be fair, my knife has a bottle opener on the back of the blade, so I don't know that I would easily do that with a sawtooth knife. Okay, so I need to get down to the bridge anyway to cross over. Sorry, just a moment, I'm getting texts. Okay. Okay. My dad just sent me something, and I will be responding to texts probably if I get any throughout tonight. Just because, as I said, my grandfather died a couple days ago, and if the family needs anything, I will have to like shut down stream and go help. Okay. Looks like we just got friendlies. Well, that was rude. I just wanted the ammo. I do appreciate that other people strip the guns and ammo off corpses, because it really does lend to a feeling of scarcity within the world, where it's like they've expended resources on this conflict and now need to make up whatever they can. It's good gameplay and story working together. Oh, you look unfriendly. I'm just gonna... Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Tether range and all. Now, was that the bridge I needed to cross over? No. Not even close. Was there like a stash or something in here? Oh no, I cleared, I think, everything in here. I guess I'll hit the one that's closest to me first. we're within 150 meters. Let's go ahead and switch to the suppressed rifle. Alright, how we doing? Pushing on up. Well, in many games I would still be like sprinting at the objective marker. In this one I try really hard not to do that. Were I a betting man, which I'm not because I'm poor and can't afford to do that, I would wager mutants on the ground. Probably this whole group was wiped out. Best guess would be either bloodsuckers or, snorks. Could be a rogue pack of fleshes, but that seems least likely. Switching to shotgun. Sprinting is how you get turned into ass jerky. Yeah, you're not wrong. Good to see you here. How are you and Christy holding up? Honestly, how are Evie and Xander holding up? Mainly back home, keeping things going. Okay. Yeah, I talked to her when she was on the way there. But, my sleep schedule's been totally fucked since then. I read the entirety of, the second Expanse book in, like, 12 hours yesterday. Mostly through the night. Hey, Jay. In D&D game camp? Okay, well, that's nice. Good to have a distraction at the very least. Yeah, I finally got around to finishing the, show, so I'm now going through the books. I'm also taking Jay, who is the other person in chat, through the, show at the moment. We just got started. again, I would get up and move if I was certain that those shots were coming from allies, which I am not in any way. Been particularly amused by Holden's constant smoldering. Yeah, no, Stephen Strait does kind of do that a bit. Didn't manage to keep up with it past the point where the events in the series stopped, or went a little bit past that point, but didn't enjoy the big swing at that point. Happened post-show. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I figure I'm going to read all 9, and then I know that there's a book specifically, like a novella, about Amos called The Churn that is supposed to be really, really good. But that if you're watching the show, you shouldn't read until after, like, Season 5. Churn's amazing? Okay, yeah, that's what I keep hearing, so it's on my radar to pick up. I don't know when I'm supposed to read it in relation to the rest of the series, but I think having gotten as far as I have in the show means I'm probably good. Almost the entire series of novels and novellas in your head before watching the show, but endorse saving it. Okay, cool. That is one of the things I will say I really love having watched the series, is that the cast is filled out in the books for me. All the novellas are good single character dives, but the Churn is top. Nice. Yeah, the nice thing reading it now is that I have the actors in my head when I'm reading it. Particularly having Shora Agdash-Lu in my head as Avasarala. Like, that voice is so unique that it really lends credence to that character as I'm reading through. Ow. Perfect Christian, yeah. Oh yeah, and Frankie Adams as Bobby is fantastic. And honestly, Wes Chatham as Amos is incredible. Yeah, it definitely does. Like, when you're, you know, reading a book in your head and you don't have any reference for the characters, you can kind of make up whatever as you go, but having the actual voices in my head is pretty cool. Ow. Also, the most recent update of this game has caused a little bit of issue with the ragdoll physics. Showed up to the show already a fan of Amos. Not only that, he took the Churn to a psychologist and was like, how would this sort of experience present in adulthood? Like, what would be the mannerisms and things that would appear? And so he said he's, you know, met a lot of people who went through similar things, or knew people who went through similar things, and picked up on what was going on with that character very, very early because of how well he was portraying it. Gritty action drama with a side of Looney Tunes physics. Yeah, it wasn't that until 2 days ago, but for sure, there's some of that now. I really appreciate the little X's under my compass that show me where bodies are, because otherwise it would be very difficult to keep up. Let's see, Book's first fan sat up in your seat when you started reading clearly through the performance. Yeah, oh my god, he's so good. And I mean, no one on the show isn't. Like, that cast is stacked top to bottom. Particularly, in the later seasons, Dominique Tipper comes across just incredibly. No, as far as my friend who's in the chat, we just got through episode 4, so right where the Donager gets taken apart, and that horrifying scene with Shed, where he's talking, he's helping, and then suddenly he isn't. Yup. Oh. I love when psionic zombies come at me. Что ты сказал? Ты не слышал. Why am I stuck? Literally can't move. It's not particularly helpful in this situation. Literally stuck. Could I please not be stuck? Help? Okay. Jesus. Let's see if we can't get the bleeding stopped. Also, if you would stop getting back up, I'd really appreciate it. What did I just say? Once again, asking nicely always works. Yes! That's definitely a thing sometimes. Okay, zombies down. But at a guess, there's still a mutant nearby. Oh, that is slowly killing me, which I'm really glad I just looked at my health bar. Is this just the area I'm in? I genuinely don't know. It's fine, I have enough healing supplies to... Can I not search him? I would like to search him. Oh well. Take the ammo at least. I'm going to leave before this kills me. Okay, time to go. Gather the data. Ideally without dying. Excellent. Time to get the fuck out of here. By the way, you're up to the point where you meet David in The Last of Us. Okay, so you've hit winter. I would say that's excellent, but you've seen the first season of the show. And where do I need to get back to? Is it... yeah, head down to the bridge, and then... short. Deity. Okay. Think I'm clear? Ish. Oh. That actually doesn't help me. I've already paid for my way into Malachite. Tunnel under the lake. I didn't know that was a thing, so I guess I will be taking that then. Let's try not to hit any tripwires. Auditory processing issues so bad you can't tell when I'm speaking Russian or English. Wow. That's... I'd switch to French just for you, but I don't speak French, so... What have I picked up that's so fucking heavy? I guess it's just the ammo. I guess I'm going overloaded. That's fine. Wouldn't be able to tell between French and the rest either. That's fair. This seems extraordinarily dangerous. Let's do it. I do appreciate that even with the suppressor on, this gun is loud as fuck in a tunnel, which is entirely accurate. Jesus. That's such a realistic, like, backlit glare from the light behind me. And it is really making it hard to see people. So, way to go, game designers, I suppose? All I caught was grenade, so I'm gonna move. Shit. Could maybe have checked my mag. Okay, how we doing? Stick your fucking head out. Ow! Shotgun? Question mark. Think I got him? Yeah, no hostiles on the compass. Fucking A. Remember that thing I said about this maybe being a bad idea? It was at least of questionable wisdom. I do appreciate that in this environment, at least if I, you know, shoot them in such a way that they go flying, they just hit a wall and bounce back. Ooh, interesting. A pair of those. I don't have the Zuber 19. I think that's... Oh, what's the SMG with the helical magazine? The Bison. PP Bison. Super interesting design. Why can't I turn things on? It's big goddamn switches. Why are they locked? Do we have a lockout tagout system? Like, I approve, but... But yeah, having read through Expanse Book 2 in a day yesterday, I'm just like, I guess I should probably order books 4, 5, and 6. Oh my god, I shot that guy right in the dick. I feel not good about that. Deepest apologies to you, despite you attacking me. Now, if I'm right, share some of my speed reading skills with you because you're taking 7 billion years to read a 500-page book. Well, so here's the real skill, right? Is it a good book? Because that helps. I was very engaged in the book. To the point that I realized that I had gone too long without food and needed to stop and have some. Ooh, new helmet. That is better in every way than my current helmet, so we will equip that. And sell the old one, I suppose. Oh, and that does kick our weight over. Well, shit. Can I eat my way out of it? This is my favorite, like, unrealistic thing about this game, is when your weight gets too high, you can just consume food that you have on you to get rid of it, but, like, fix your hunger. But I love the idea that the way to lose weight in this game is to just overeat. I find that very amusing. Sorry. But the books you like to read are good, but academic, kind of drab. The content's interesting, but the delivery is by nature of the nonfiction genre not as engaging as good fiction. Also, please don't starve on accident. Well, I mean, these things happen. See, this is why I got all those fat stores. I can survive for days. I'm good. Dehydration's the real one you gotta watch out for, and I had brought my water with me, so that was just fine. No, sorry, what was I saying? I was saying words. Oh, prose. Yeah, so finding nonfiction authors who are good at writing prose is not easy. I still contend that some of the best prose I've ever read was from an author who I'm always disappointed when I think of them now, because Pat Rothfuss wrote 2 phenomenal books, and it wasn't even that the story was incredible, it was that the delivery was so good. And his last full book came out in 2011. Technically, he has George R.R. Martin has published a full book more recently than Patrick Rothfuss. But the joy of reading his books was all about the prose and the poetry interwoven. And I've found nonfiction, and I couldn't tell you what it was years ago, that was written very well and in an engaging way. But it's definitely not the norm for the genre. Okay, where is the bridge that I need to cross? Not even bad prose, just a different style. Still engaging, just more challenging, which deters the ADHD. Yeah! I've definitely read some stuff that is... It can be engaging, but there's also... There are ways to write that keep it engaging without getting hyper technical, and some of that is like I've read nonfiction that was above my level of expertise in certain areas, which makes it sufficiently challenging that you have to like stop and look things up again and again, that you don't ever really get into a good flow. And sometimes it's just that the author writes super dryly. And I love Lord of the Rings, it's fucking great. But the Silmarillion is, also by Tolkien, is a history textbook about history that did not happen, and it is some of the driest writing I've ever come across. And it's fiction, technically. But it's written like bad nonfiction. Your problem with the handful of nonfiction books you've read is this could have been a summary. Yeah, and it's definitely, I've read some of those that are like, clearly the author is much more interested in this material than I ever will be. And so they do deep dives on things that could definitely be shorter. Against the mindset that all dense academic writing is automatically bad, but it's definitely harder to get through. type of nonfiction you read is often very theoretical, so the ideas they're working with are complex enough to justify their density. I will admit, yeah, certain philosophers, I get that way, where I'm like, I understand some of the things you're saying. Doesn't always make it easier to get through, but does make it worth the result. Okay, that's fair, yeah. Shout out to Foucault. Oh god, Foucault is a verbose motherfucker in French. The translation to English does not help him. That's like, I love Umberto Eco, but he has so much trouble writing, like, short things, which is why I so appreciate fascism. Because it's a pretty simple text that I can turn people towards to explain, like, basically the DNA of fascism, and how it's not just Nazis, and out of character for Echo was that fascism was like 10 pages long. Because I don't think the man ever published a book under 400. Reading stuff in translation makes you want to die, but it's worth it because they have cool ideas overseas. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I've definitely read some Russian stuff. At some point, I'm gonna, like, sit down and try and smash my head against a wall long enough to read War and Peace in Russian. Knowing that Tolstoy is extremely verbose. Oh, Fred, you'd also appreciate, speaking of Walton Goggins, I did recently do a rewatch of Justified, because Caitlin Dever, who was Loretta McCready, is now Abby in The Last of Us Season 2, and it made me all nostalgic, so I went back and rewatched that. Yeah, there's a reason I haven't started reading War and Peace in Russian yet. Like, I know that's going to be an immense pain in my ass. Okay, I genuinely can't tell who are the allies and who are the enemies there, so... Yeah, see, they're non-hostile. Friend August from Russia, need someone to consult for language help. I know a number of Russians who live local. The problem for me as far as learning the language is just how incapable I am of finding an immersive environment. Because, like, I don't have enough roots that I couldn't go live in another country for 6 months and, you know, try and pick up the language. But I definitely am not going to Russia for obvious reasons, not the least of which is that I've definitely shit-talked Putin online more than once. But going to Ukraine, where A, they speak Russian, but B, they're kind of touchy about it, also doesn't seem like the best place to go, particularly given that they are still under, an invasion. I admit, I did almost go out to, Poland and probably would have if I wasn't still in college at the time, just because I spoke some Russian and knew that some of the refugee camps were gonna need, people with medical skills who could, speak either Russian or Ukrainian. But the fact that I was still in school kept me from going out at that point. That, and at the time I was still on a crutch, which wouldn't have been enormously conducive to helping. some immersion groups for language learners. Yeah, it's entirely possible, but I'm saying immersion in the sense of, like, going to a place where everyone speaks that language and just sort of absorbing it as I go, rather than doing what is effectively a study group. Which I'd be down for, but it's also not generally the quickest way to learn that kind of thing. But I mean, don't get me wrong, whenever, you know, Putin's out of office and the dust settles from that, I'll see if I want to go to Russia at that point. And if the invasion of Ukraine ends soonish, I may, you know, go try and help in the reconstruction efforts. Hell, maybe learn Ukrainian, because I've got a pretty solid basis, given that Russian and Ukrainian are pretty much the same language in the same way that, like, French and Italian are, by and large, the same language pronounced differently. Like, the words are the same, they just pronounce them differently. In a lot of cases. Want to do immersion eventually, but you can't focus on one language because you keep switching between French, Korean, Japanese, and occasionally Spanish. Okay. That's more a function of ADHD than anything, I suspect. Honestly, go easy on yourself. Start with Korean, because it's 100% phonetic. So go learn that. If you're doing Asian languages, I would do Korean, Japanese kind of close together. And then if you're doing romance languages, rather, I would do those kind of close together. Keeping in mind that there is always the possibility that you will fuck that up in your head where you start using them interchangeably. Where especially you see kids raised in bilingual households that will just throw a mix of, you know, English and Spanish or whatever out because to them they know what all the words mean, so why shouldn't whoever they're talking to? Ow. I gotta say, the locals sound a little unfriendly at the moment. Can already read Korean, but the language structure is pretty challenging. That's fair. It's just one of the easier languages to learn in the sense that it was a planned language. Like, the ruler of the country hired a linguist and went, make a language. And so the rules are pretty consistent, and that happened recently enough that most of the rules haven't changed just by virtue of linguistic drift. Whereas Russian is a pretty structured grammatical system, but because the language is old enough, there are exceptions to some of those rules, just because of how the language evolved. Because that's, I will say, I read Russian really well. Like, I can sit there and cold read Russian pretty well, even if I don't know what the word is or means. I can almost invariably nail the pronunciation and, how to, where the, emphasis is, on what syllable the emphasis is. But my vocabulary is limited, and my real problem is when I'm trying to write, because using grammar in Russian is exceedingly complex. Happened mainly for the alphabet, not the language itself. They were already speaking an earlier version of Korean using the Chinese writing system. King Sejong, who commissioned it to help illiteracy rates. Okay. Yeah, I knew a bit of the history. I couldn't have told you the ruler's name. And I think I have one of those, right? I have a broken one that I don't need. Obliterate this man. Done. Banned. Okay. .308 Winchester, nice, good. Need more of that. Where's my 45 ammo? I put too much of that in there. There we go. Throw the grenades in there. Sorry, I'm just sorting inventory here. Not the most interesting aspect of the stream, I hope. Okay. That should be everything for now.
Вітаю.
Лівша та його загін зомбувались. Довелося розібратися з ними. Заміри псівопромінювання в мене.
А я казала, що лівші і його людям потрібна допомога. А вони в один голос: впораємося, не нервуйте, займайтеся своїми прямими обов'язками. Але якщо дані збереглися, смерть лівші принаймні недаремною була. Дякую, що забрали їх.
Мороз загинув. При ньому був ось цей пакунок.
Це жахливо. От нащо йому було геройствувати? Усе життя попереду. І так по-дурному загинути.
I felt bad when I got to him. He was getting beat to shit.
За великою ціною. Але я у будь-якому разі вдячна вам за допомогу. Що ж, більше в мене для вас нічого нема.
Вікторія, прийом! Чуєш? Дані з польової станції на АТП. Після викиду тут усюди аномалії. Відправ допомогу.
Скіфе, затримайтесь, будь ласка. Я знаю, що ви вже і так багато... Мабуть, щось пішло не так під час його дослідження. Не знаю точно, чим займався Трачук, але він якось проговорився, що це змінить життя в зоні. Допоможіть йому. Прошу вас.
Добре. Я дізнаюсь, що до чого.
Не знаю, у що там вляпався Трачук, але, судячи з усього, ситуація серйозна. Будьте обережні.
Okay. And where's my gear at?
Лікарю, останнім часом мені здається, що я дурний. Нахабний.
Вітаю.
Скажіть, це шизофренія?
Ось.
Okay. Oh, I can't sell those? Then why the fuck? Alright, whatever.
Ну, таке. На трієчку.
Oh, maybe I can sell them elsewhere. That would make sense. Okay. Sell all that shit.
На все добре.
And... Oh, good. I can't put this down. Love when I have stuff that weighs stuff and I can't put it down. Where was I? Where's my armor? There's my armor.
Нагадую, що все обладнання підлягає обов'язковому поверненню після
Він-
закінчення експерименту.
Ось.
Okay.
На все добре.
Жодного споку. То одні смикають.
Налит?
No, actually, I don't. I went to the wrong person. Totally on me. There you are.
Що? Холод?
Okay. Got everything there. Okay, that's a lot of protection. That's more rad protection. And I need a blueprint for the diffusion container. Okay. See, now I have to look things up. Sorry, I can't read the chat for a moment. Okay, it's in Rostock, inside the attic of the northeast house. Oh, interesting. I'm pretty sure I've been there. Guess I missed it. Okay, interesting. Alright, I'm back. Nobody talked in the chat, so we're good. Okay. That being the case, I will just take the improved protection and work on the rest later.
Ага, не пропадай.
Okay. How's our weight doing? 31.7. What's bringing our weight up from last time? Oh, the anti-red. I'm trying to have a stock of like 50 of all of my healing supplies as backup before I start just selling them. Which is probably overkill. But, you know, overkill's my kind of kill. Okay. And let me just drink this condensed milk. Surely that will be delicious. Yum, probably. And I am apparently headed to... Well, I guess I'll go do the Black Sheep mission and then pick it up, because I'm gonna need coupons to actually install it anyway, so... 400 meters. Friendlies, okay. Really appreciate the IFF indicator on the crosshair. It saved me from killing people that I was not certain about. Okay. On we go. I gotta say, I hate getting overloaded in this game, but I cannot actually complain because the point at which you get overloaded is above 50 kilos of weight. And if this guy is already carrying 110 pounds of shit, asking him to carry more just seems mean. So I really can't complain about the encumbrance. Ow? The fuck? What cut me? Did I step into barbed wire or some shit? Hey man, nice suit.
Ви ж скіф, правильно? Віка...
Конечно.
Професор Дорожнюк передавала, що ви прийдете.
Average high schooler backpack. Oh my god, mine was so bad. Because, I mean, you know, Centerville was big enough that, like, 7 minutes between class didn't necessarily mean enough time to get to your locker. So I straight up carried all of my shit in my backpack every day. And it's one of those things that, like, as a young person you can get away with. But anybody who goes into, like, the construction business or the military really young winds up with, like, no cartilage in their knees by their 30s. Because they're carrying heavy shit all the fucking time.
Добре, чекаємо.
Дякую вам. Ви не уявляєте.
I straight up did not listen to what he told me. I'm really glad that there's a marker for it. Also, I'm stealing his sausage. No, I was bad in high school as far as the amount of shit that I carried. Oh god, and you walked home from theater? Ugh, nope. I walked to elementary school because it was like a quarter mile down the road, but both middle and high school were far enough away from my house that I rode the bus. Ow. That was the funny thing, though, is I knew all these people who got, you know, cars in high school, and we're like paying to drive the car, to put gas in the car, to park the car at the school, and I'm like, you know, the bus does pick you up for free. Like, granted, I gotta be awake a little earlier, but I was pretty used to that at that point. And I suppose the other nice thing was, at the time, my father still worked in the school system, so by the time I was done at any rehearsal, he was always home. Because by the time I was in high school, he was in his school-based technology specialist role, rather than doing rehearsals of his own. What do the bubbles do if I throw a bolt into them? Pop and then reform? Yeah, looks like it. Oh god. Read, watch a lot of speculative fiction, post-apocalypse stories. Apocalypse makes things better in some way than they were before. Last of Us Jackson's an example, but maybe something more overt. Oh, do I know of any stories like that? Okay, So stories for which the social order improves post-apocalypse at some level? I'm confident that I do, but I'm having trouble drawing a story to mind. What I will say is, if you want a real-life example of that, use the Black Plague. Because the Black Plague was one of the biggest forward pushes for labor rights in the entire world. Like, in the history of the world. Because an enormous percentage of people died off in Europe, and so rather than the nobility just having their serfs, the serfs who had specialized roles that had survived the plague were suddenly far more in demand because a lot of people lost their, you know, blacksmith or cooper, and they needed iron or barrels. Which meant that there were... It opened a door for movement within a class of people, as well as free movement that wasn't necessarily around prior to that. Oh, okay, so don't do that while next to the bubble. Got it. Noted. But yeah, huge forward movement in labor rights purely because a bunch of laborers died, and the nobility who wanted the work done, suddenly had to compete for that labor rather than simply having serfs like they always had. Okay, apparently proximity also triggers them. Noted. Maybe Thanos had a point. Well, no, Thanos didn't have a point. Because he had all of the stones, right? And his whole thing was like, there are too many people, they're eating up all the resources. But he also had all the stones, right? So he could have just literally... He had the reality stone. He could have made every crop like a 1 month crop. Or doubled the amount of resources available rather than killing half of the people. Like, the problem with giving him that amount of power is that it makes his plan stupid. And we run into, like, we just started The Expanse, but this isn't a huge spoiler. We discussed there are like 30 billion people on Earth. Oh, going to watch the Parlor Room episode on Dropout? Oh, very nice. I will absolutely check that out. I'm also looking forward to, I know I think their next episode of Dirty Laundry is the Critical Role crew. So I'm probably going to check that out. Have a good time, Fred. I will check in with you and Christy soon. Oh, you've never seen any of the Avengers movies? Yeah, no, that tracks. I can see why you wouldn't have. But yeah, no, Thanos was not right. They present his plan in a way that ostensibly sort of kind of makes sense, but... And you understand where, like, the trauma stems from that makes him want to do it, but the actual plan itself does not make sense, given the level of magic he's working with. Okay. I don't know if turning that off makes any difference. Okay. Average dictator, when they have unlimited power, they find a way to justify using it to hurt people instead of help people. Yeah, very common. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you want to talk about, like, you get a lot of people who talk about, like, gun violence in the US, and unfortunately, a ton of people seem to just go straight to ban the guns. And it's like, well, that doesn't actually fix your problem, right? Like, if you're talking about the majority of gun violence. The real answer is that we live in a heavily class-divided society, with intersectional elements of racism and classism, and because of that we have more desperate people and higher crime. And we have a cultural melting pot that inherently has some culture clash that happens. And so to fix that, what you need are things like universal healthcare, universal basic income, but that's hard. Like, getting people behind that is much harder than going, I'll get rid of the guns, that'll fix the violence. Surely knives, vehicles, whatever, don't exist.
Без фокусів, сталкере. Ми знаємо, що флешка в тебе. Трачук усе розповів. Віддай її нам.
I gotta tell you.
Ні, ні. Вони ж усе присвоять.
Да, знаю.
Скіфе, не робіть цього.
Минуточку, пожалуйста.
Сталкере, флешку сюди! Швидко!
Може, щось.
Ясно. Клюєм, вогонь!
Not his best move. Come on, fucker, stick your head out. And fly like an eagle to the scene, etc. Americans lacking the willingness for critical thought. It's one of those fascinating things, because you know how opposed I am to, like, the both sides of the same narrative. But the thing that makes both sides the same is how the right treats abortion and how the left treats guns. Like, they fundamentally don't understand it. Like, every time a Republican talks about women's anatomy or anything about how, like, pregnancy works. It's like, clearly you have a fundamental lack of understanding. And you get the exact same thing out of Democratic politicians when it comes to guns. And it's like, come on, man. Do, like, the slightest amount of research. I remember a video of, there was a ban out, I want to say it was California, for barrel shrouds. Which is literally just a thing that goes around the barrel so you don't burn your hand, when using it. And when asked by a local journalist if the person who had just successfully put in the bill to ban barrel shrouds knew what a barrel shroud was, she was like, I think it's the shoulder thing that goes up. I'm not entirely certain. It's like, come on. Do, like, the smallest amount of research.
Як же мене нудить. Який жах.
Politicians love to lie, whether out of malice, stupidity, or both. Yeah.
Факір уже чекає.
Usually in my,
Хто такий факір?
У мене є підозра, що...
Ну, тоді зрозумів.
Скіфе, мої дані – це не просто набір нулів та один. Мені вдалося обробити лише такі, що я пошкодував про те, що...
Тримай свою флешку.
Дякую вам, Скіфе. Ви зробили свій внесок у розвиток...
Are you about to shoot me? No, he's friendly. Okay, I just saw the guy running up in the background. Yeah, like, my usual thing when dealing with people, right, is, like, never assume malice when stupidity is a more reasonable answer. Just, you know, give people the benefit of the doubt kind of thing. It is inverted for politicians. I'm like, anything you do wrong, I'm going to assume malice, because, frankly, you have the resources to do this right. Willing stupidity is malice. Yeah, willful ignorance is one of the few things that I find really, really hard to reconcile. And it's one of those things where, like, if someone says, I don't care about X, and they don't, it's fine. Like, are there things that I feel that everybody should care a bit about? Yeah, there are. Do I recognize that people got busy fucking lives, and sometimes they just either don't have the mental bandwidth or have other priorities? Fair enough. It's the people who are like, I don't give a shit about X, and then they try to legislate about X. I'm like, come the fuck on. You're headed out, eating dinner? Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Hope to see you back. I should be going for a while longer anyway. Enjoy whatever you're having. Okay, and then back to Malachite. A corpse in here. Oh no, it's on the other side of the wall. Just saw the X's on my compass. I'm just gonna keep working on my coffee here. Ooh. Damn, that's good. I gotta make a run to Aldi, actually, because I'm on my last, bag of coffee. I usually buy in bulk, but the last time they had changed the brand a little bit, but it was still a German blend from Aldi, so I was like, I'll buy 4 of them instead of the 8 that I had bought previously. But I like it, so I'm probably just gonna go back and buy up to 10, depending on how much they have on hand.
порядку у зоні, я відмітив. Щоразу аж вивертає.
Okay.
Вітаю.
Проблему Трачука я вирішив. Він у поспіху
Так, Трачук уже зв'язався зі мною. Якщо значення цих даних не була рада з вами попрацювати.
Ooh, 12,000. I will take that. Okay. Next up, Rostock. Specifically there. Is there a guide? I just got paid 12,000. I will absolutely pay someone to give me a ride over to Rostock. I try not to use the guides, but sometimes.
Що там, ще одна експедиція? Давай так, друже. Якщо тобі заганяли вони мене тут, сил нема. Туди й відведи. Куди цю?
Rostock.
можемо вирушити.
Okay. This is actually the first time I'm using the fast travel system. Which I avoid for monetary purposes, but it's a ways off, and I just ran like halfway there and halfway back, so I'm just... whatever. He's fine. I'm also gonna save real quick. What is the local quest I got here? Oh, is that the... arena? Yes, okay. I do need to do that, but I would like to get, a bit more kitted out first. Friendlies? Yeah, okay. I figured that they weren't shooting at me at that distance. They were probably friendly, but also wasn't looking to take on that many of them in that tight a space. Oh, I do need to figure out what the chasm is, because I know that by the chasm there's, like, the heaviest revolver in the game. Is a guaranteed spawn, which I would like to pick up. But we don't set off the, what I'm assuming is a grenade tripwire. Nope, shotgun tripwire. Okay. Got our blueprint? Yes, we do. Okay. Back to Rostock. What's my current, monetary setup? Okay. So I've got enough to install that, I believe. Maybe. I might actually be short. Doesn't actually matter if I go into the arena and win, so... Brick. Side activity available. Maybe Brick will pay me. Let's find out. Oh, I should stop and eat. Do I have some bread? I should also sell some stuff off before I go into the arena. Especially if the arena's like it was in the first game, and you're gonna fight some mutants. I would like to definitely have room to gut the mutants and sell their parts after. Okay, where are we at? 100 meters out. Okay, no such luck. How we looking?
Ну що, мужики, налітай! Свіжий хліб підвезли. Балує вас Миклуха. Не хоче, щоб ви як усі сухарі жерли. Ух, а пахне то як.
Can I talk to you, Brick?
Найрозумніший типу. Стань в чергу і чекай, як всі. По одному заходу.
Oh. I guess I'll wait in line.
Одну, дві, скільки?
Одну. Чого кривишся? Покупця не ради бачити.
Та ні, кістки ломить сильно. Викид, мабуть, буде.
Добрі. Дякую Міклусі за хліб. Не хворай.
This is actually an amusing gameplay element, but you just have to wait in line. I'm okay with that.
Буханки, будь ласка.
Тримай. Приходять ще.
Хвала богам. Нарешті моя черга.
Куди так поспішаєш?
Пацани чекають. Сказав, що за закусю кинуся кабанчиком. А тут така засада.
Зрозумів. Тримай. Не забудьте за здоров'я Миклухи стопарика жахнути.
Миклуха.
Так, загорніть мені парочку найсвіжіших батонів на ростку.
На ростку? Ображаєш. У нас найсвіжіші в зоні.
Ого, заявочка. Ну давай, скільки з мене?
За рахунок закладу. Воля пригощає. Тож можемо собі дозволити. Сталкер?
Найсмачніший хліб.
Так, але ти рота не розкривав. А втім, хай бу...
Дякую вам. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff.
Усіх під нуль!
Arena! I do appreciate that all the shops run 24 hours. Just because, like, I understand in other games when they don't, but, like, just do it for me. Okay. Ooh, did I pick up 10 762 by 54? Very nice. Okay. That is probably sufficient for the moment.
Бережи себе, братику.
And then I do need the technician to give me a hand fixing up my shit before I go into this. Okay.
Ти не соромся.
And then, where is my gear? Through a different door, or is it through there? I think it's through there. Ah, okay, same room. Paying like a small amount of attention might have informed me of that. Okay. What do we get? I'm just gonna take all of these because I don't remember which does what, and for some reason it's not displaying that information for me. Where is my bullet? Where's my fucking armor? Okay, what the fuck? Where did my armor go? Okay. This is apparently not just a me issue. But fuck. I've been upgrading the fuck out of that. I actually need that.
Цікаво. Твоя річ буде тією ж самою, коли я завершу? Чи вона перетвориться на щось зовсім нове? Ти не соромся. Заходь іще.
I straight up don't know what to do about that. Can I load an autosave in Malachite? Huh, I'm really hoping I can get this fucking thing back, because it's gonna piss me off if I can't. The only thing I can think is that I fast traveled. Like, that's the only thing I've done different than anything else. Okay, yeah, so I'm back here. I don't have it on me, because I don't need to. And it's not there. Okay, what if I load the earlier save? Please? I went out of my way to get this. I've put tens of thousands of coupons into making it good. I really fucking need this armor to be there. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. God, please. Guess I should just keep going back, right? I cannot afford to lose this fucking armor. Or maybe I can, but I really don't fucking want to. Tens of thousands of coupons I've put into making this thing really good. Okay. So that's an hour and 10. About an hour and 3.
Нудного споку.
До цього мене в
Одні
інституті не
смикають.
готували.
Okay.
Навіть у зоні відчуження неможливо зосередитись.
Так, від багатьох. Але ніхто з них її не те, що не вбивав.
Okay, I have it on me. Everything is okay. I literally care about nothing else. I'm good. This suit stays on me. I don't care about the weight. I'm fine. I'm gonna redo all that shit and not care at all. Let's see. Okay, so I do still have to make my way to Rostock to get the,
Що там, ще одне?
So, what I'm gonna do this time
Куди?
is make a trip to Rostock,
Можемо
then go down, pick up the blueprint, come back, and do the mission. All while I have the fucking thing on me, so nobody can touch it. And then finish kitting it out. I was about to laugh if the game fucking crashed. Conspiring against me. Okay. I need to get down to there. Unless, of course, I literally can't leave. That would slow my progress a bit. Okay, there's the arena. Believe I can go out this way. Okay, frustrating as all this backtracking is, I got the thing, so I care a lot less. I don't know why the fucking suit disappeared, wasn't happy about it, but honestly, as long as I get all this back, I'm good. And now I can go and do this mission, which is like over a click out, almost 2. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, sad but necessary. Speaking of sad, is there anything that I can, like, loot off their corpses to sell for money? Sadly, no. Clearly, I'm distraught. Hey, how's it going, Nusrat? No, you had it right the first time. Jeremy. All right. I just had an unfortunate glitch in the game where my armor that I've been setting up and have put like tens of thousands of coupons into disappeared from my stash. And so I had to go back like half an hour to find a save where I still had it. And I'm now just redoing everything I did from then, but I also know the way to do all of it, so it's going quicker. Not my favorite thing to have to work around glitches like that, but whatever, I got the armor back, so I'm just carrying it on my person until I've got it fully kitted out and I can wear it. God damn. That was embarrassing. Shot high like 4 times there. Alright. Oh, fuck me. You know the worst thing is I heard the word grenade and it only processed a moment before it exploded. Did I get the semi-auto shotgun? I have not yet. Though I will say, I've got a pump shotgun with a 10-round mag, which is doing just fine. I would like to get the Sega 12, particularly with the extended mag, but I have not yet gotten to a point where that is. And my shotgun's been handling it just fine, so haven't been super worried about it. Ooh, what did you have? SVDM, nice. Poorly hidden stash, okay. We take those. We also take guns. Did you drop a gun? Probably, but I don't see it, so let's not worry about it. Okay. Again, if you dropped a gun, I don't see it. That I see. I do appreciate when the ones that throw grenades at you still occasionally have grenades afterwards. SVDs are cool as fuck. I want one so bad. But they are, especially if I wanted a real Russian one, they are very expensive. My Mosin Nagant that I have is a real Russian, and that one cost me, I think, 140 bucks about 10 years ago, and these days they're going for like 300 to 400. Oh, I've already looted this place. No, I would like an SVD very much. I do have an SKS, though it's a Chinese-made SKS, which is fine. That's one of the things I love about Russian guns, is they're so overbuilt that even when the Chinese remake them with cheaper parts, they still run forever. There are fake ones. When I say a real Russian, I mean in the sense that it was manufactured in Russia. SVDs are a Russian design, as is the SKS, as is like the AK-47 or AKM. Ow. Jesus. So when I say real, I mean manufactured in Russia. So, like, a lot of the Eastern Bloc countries, be that, like, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Yugoslavia, all made their own versions. And some of the more common SKSs out there are Yugoslavian. Mine is Chinese, because Norinco made the Type 56, which is just a clone of the Russian SKS. And I could have bought a real one, real in the sense that it was Russian, for like $1,000, or I could spend $300, and I think actually I bought it for $270, and get a Chinese one, so I did that. It still goes bang when I pulled the trigger. Gotta shoot boars in the side, not the face? Okay, noted, thank you. Because the first one definitely seemed to be standing up to punishment, like, really well. Face is armored. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And is broadly true of, pigs and, porcine. I was like, it's not bovine, it's porcine. So, you know, pigs, boars, that kind of thing. The skulls tend to be thick as fuck. It's actually a problem in some places in the U.S. where we have feral hogs, or feral boars, and if you're gonna shoot them, ideally you hit them right behind the front shoulder, because otherwise you run into real problems unless you're using like really heavyweight rounds. I mean, in some places it's so bad that they actually go up in helicopters hunting them. Just because the wild boar populations are out of control and they will eat like all the local crops. Because pigs will eat literally anything.
Професор, там.
Добре.
I think they do that in Australia too. There's also an interesting one as far as hunting from a helicopter. They do the exact same thing for goats in the Galapagos Islands, because goats are an invasive species there and are destroying the biodiversity of the area. And so they are going out, they hire people to go up in helicopters and shoot goats, just so that the native species are not wiped out. I always wondered how you apply for that job. Not that I would want it necessarily, but... And, you know, I'm a fair shot. I'm not shoot a moving target from a helicopter good, probably. That's the thing that is insane to me about, like, Navy SEAL or Coast Guard snipers, where they're on a moving boat, aiming at a moving target on another moving boat. And it's like, how do you account for all of that? That's fucking insane.
Трачук, прийом. Це Факір. Я на точці. Чекаю тебе з даними. Бачу в околицях патруль варти. Не наскоч на них.
Like, I'm probably, like, pretty good. But I am nowhere near that good.
Без фокусів, сталкере. Ми знаємо, що флешка в тебе. Трачук усе розповів. Віддай її нам.
Never know until I become one. You know, that's true. But given my injury, I have a sufficient limitation that I couldn't, like, join the military and get that good. Because a lot of people who are in the military and are really good shots are that good because they have, you know, lots and lots of training paid for by tax dollars, and all the ammo they shoot is free. So it makes it much easier to become practiced if you don't have a ton of money.
Хто такий?
Мій у мене
Ну,
скіф. Мені вдалося. Такі ж.
тримай.
Дякую вам.
Let's see. I got both of them, right? Yeah. How might a guy get in there? Oh, I see. Nothing? How disappointing. Yeah, there are some jobs like that that are just so specific. It's like, how do you get into that? Like, the guys who work for oil companies that specifically go down and do underwater repairs of oil rigs. Like, that is... They make an incredible amount of money because it's horrifically dangerous. But it's like, where are you in your life that you decide that that's the thing you're going for? Downloading old school games, given the heart rate of your laptop is slowly descending. Yeah, I've had that for sure. I spent, like, a year with, my grandmother's old MacBook because the, PC I had, like, the hard drive just died. And I finally, like, Black Friday, which is a sort of holiday, where we have lots and lots of sales the day after Thanksgiving. Came around, and I got a really good deal on a laptop. The laptop I'm currently using to stream this. But even then, it was more than I wanted to pay, for sure. Strip the gun too, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Ow! I love those floating glass shard anomalies. They're my favorite. You friendly, hostile, disappearing into the mist. Ow! I love them. They're my favorite. Okay, where am I about to take fire from? Oh, shit. I don't know what that is, but it sounds heavyweight. Okay. Surely this battle will go better if I just literally drink a liter of vodka first. Okay, weirdly it's working so far. Whatever, they're not shooting at me. I'll take it. And then... Okay, they were here. Well, we definitely take those. heal. Seems like a smart move just in case I walk randomly into another anomaly. Or, you know, fall off a high place, whatever.
Скільки ще до нової гвинтівки не вистачає?
Okay.
Вітай.
Проблему
Так, якщо була...
Okay, and now I'm back to the point that I was before I lost my armor. There we go.
Жодного спокою. То одні смикають.
Fortunately, it only took me
Навіть у
probably
зоні відчуження не
15
можемо
minutes rather than
зосередитися.
30, so he's fine. Could have been worse. We both forgot about something? What's that? Okay, so I'm actually close. I could potentially get the last upgrade that I'm here for. Okay. That is, I think, enough to get me what I was looking at. If it's not, this should be. But it will mean that I do not have enough to repair my current gear. Try to remember, it's mostly on me. To be honest, I couldn't tell you. I'm running on a real weird sleep schedule right now. Okay. So I do need that at some point, but that's not a priority. And I have literally everything else on the armor. Life is good.
Не пропадай.
The ritual? Oh, hell. Yeah, no. Okay, what I can tell you is right now, hang on. If I go... let me set my desktop capture here. So if I go out of OBS and to here, I have it right here. I have it on screen to remember to watch it, and I still haven't done it, but it's in my tabs to remind me to watch it. So I will get there. It will happen. Why haven't I yet? To be perfectly honest with you, my grandfather died 2 days ago, and I've been, not sleeping enormously well since then. And before that, I don't really have a specific excuse. I've just been trying to, keep this channel going and various other things. So between the two, haven't gotten around to it. But I really do intend to. I am interested in it. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, honestly, you know what? The man lived to 90 years old, and I'm very sad to see him go, but he was still totally mentally sharp, and it was very, very quick. As far as ways to go, like, it's the one I would pick, probably. So, sad as I am, like, the man lived a long life, stayed, like, himself all the way through, and it was not the kind of thing where he went into a hospital for months of suffering before it happened, so... Yeah, it was actually the tail end of my last stream that I found out, and I had to, back off and go deal with that. But I called all my relatives. They've been over there with my grandmother. I'll be heading over that way in the next few days, either tomorrow or Tuesday. And it's like, yeah, I'm definitely sad that it happened, but I also know, having watched my other grandfather, like, really go through it, as far as, what he had to deal with towards the end there, where he took a fall and it was, like, really, really rough for a couple of months. I'm kind of glad it went the way that it did. Like, obviously, I'd prefer it hadn't happened at all, but we all got a ticking clock, you know? I think the fact that I used to be an EMT is helping, just because I know, like, I've dealt with that kind of thing before. It is always different when it's family, but I've spent enough time dealing with death in various ways that I tend to be able to compartmentalize pretty well. So I'm feeling it, but certainly not in the same way that, like, my mother or my sister are feeling it. My goal was to make sure everyone else is alright, basically.
Тут не можна розслаблятися. Один втратив би по деревах збирав.
So yeah, I mean, look, it's sad news, and I really hate that it happened, but I can also compartmentalize to a degree and go, you know, this could have been a whole lot worse. I've seen it be a whole lot worse. So while I'm sad about it, there is some part of me that is relieved that it went as quickly as it did. Didn't get most of that. Internet's dying again. Stream just stopped. Gotta fix it. Yeah, no worries.
На все добре.
Що?
Okay.
Ага, не пропадай.
Now I believe I am kitted out in such a way that I can handle the arena, probably.
Можемо вир...
And I guess let me pull a little more ammo out of my stash, which is around here somewhere, question mark. Oh, maybe not. Whatever. Oh, it's downstairs. Got it. The arena. That was horrifying. Saw the inside of that man's head. Is it in here and down? Oh, yes, there we are. And we are going to save before we try this shit, because I remember some of the arena combats in the original one. Better now, had to reset the router. Yeah, okay. Glad that worked. I remember some of the arena combats in the original were kinda rough.
Значить так. Ти з товаришем, як...
Кого досив?
Мене ваші анкети не цікавлять. Стріляти
Yeah,
вмієш?
really.
Та ж і мою арет, а далі вже як пощастить. Можна і як тиран стати врешті.
Менше.
Ну, тоді вперед. Зброю у сиплого візьми, а свою йому на збері...
Can't bring my own. Don't love that. And the guys below me? Oh, I see.
Що? Перший раз тут.
Ну, тримай.
Та не очкуй. Амуніцію для бою, а твоє добро поки тут положи.
Oh my god. I lose all of my gear. Holy shit. Fucking rough. Okay, at least I keep Skiff's pistol. And here I was prepping all that shit so that I could afford to do that. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Fuck. No, this isn't a glitch. This is the arena combat, and so they take away your gear, and I knew that they were going to take my guns. I didn't realize they were going to take my fucking armor. Okay. How? Okay, fuck it. Okay. I am glad they can't take Skiff's pistol.
А ти ще до речі,
Забирай.
у ящик за виного...
Okay, I don't actually need to retrieve my belongings, because I'm gonna come back for them after I do several arena combats.
Одна перемога, нічого. Тримай. Якщо ще хочеш, за годину приходь. Швидше арену не приберемо.
Okay. Oh, I guess I will retrieve my belongings, because if I can't fight for another hour, then might as well grab all my shit. It's actually a little disappointing. I'm not clear on why they would make you wait an hour. But I am apparently tired, so I can just go rest. That's fine. Whereabouts is my bed?
Ховатися потрібно на видному місці. Ось тоді хер хто знайде.
Nope. Over this away? It's over by the bazaar, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just saw your message. Yeah, I could have waited for them to come at me, but because they took away all of my healing gear and I just had the one bandage, I was like, I'm just gonna run at them and hope it goes well. talk to Arnie. Where's my fucking... I would like to talk to Arnie. I don't see Arnie on the map. Let's save first. And I guess reload the save, just because that's not showing up, and I don't know why it wouldn't. I love this game, but there are definitely some technical issues. I guess I'll go get bread again. I did that last time, and you have to stand in line. And I'm not clear on who this person is or why they're relevant, but they do give me free bread, so why not? Let's see if doing that will make the thing pop back up.
Ну що, мужики, налітай. Свіжий хліб підвезли. Палує вас, Миклуха. Не хочу,
Okay.
щоб ви як усі сухарі жерли.
Ух, а пахне то як.
Okay.
Одну, дві, скільки?
Одну. Чого кривишся? Покупця не радий
And while
бачити.
everybody gets their orders, I'm gonna drink some water.
Кістки ломить сильно. Викид, мабуть, буде.
Добрі. Дякую Міклусі за хліб. Не хворай.
Yeah, because I remember in the first game, the arena combats, I could literally just go back to back to back to back. Which was kind of my preference, honestly.
Фу, бляха. 2 буханки, будь ласка.
Тримай. Приходіть ще.
Хвала богам. Нарешті моя черга.
Куди так поспішаєш?
Пацани чекають. Сказав, що за закусю кинуся кабанчиком. А тут така засада.
Зрозумів. Тримай. Не забудьте за здоров'я Миклухи стопарика жахнути.
Так, загорніть мені парочку найсвіжіших батонів на ростку.
На ростку? Ображаєш. У нас найсвіжіші в зоні.
Ого, заявочка. Ну давай, скільки з мене?
За рахунок закладу. Воля пригощає. Тож можемо собі дозволити. Сталкер?
Найсмач...
Так, але... А втім...
Okay. That was literally the only thing. Now, is the arena back open? Can I untrack and then track again? Can I go talk to him even though I don't have the marker? That might be the way to go. If I remember where the fucking building is. Jesus. Okay, that one's on me. I just got lost. Let's see.
Ховатися потрібно на видному місці.
Okay. So even if I can't see the thing, can I talk to the guy?
Бачу спот. Тоді пропоную вийти про...
І що там?
Свіжа, тому і познайомитися.
Мутанти так.
Ага, був тут до тебе один. Так що ж?
Fair enough. So yes, the answer is even if the thing is not popping up, I can still go do it.
Так, ти
Зброю хоч.
неси, хоча справа не все.
Okay, now what kind of creatures are we talking about? Because frankly, this could be a problem. As long as it's not like bloodsuckers, I should be fine. Did I learn how to repair guns? It's not a thing that I can just do. It's not a skill. You have to pay technicians to do it. Which is fine. What,
Дай... Бувай здоровий, чи...
Oh, it's in the locker. Right. Boomstick. This is my boomstick. Alright. Gonna leave that off. Okay, slugs or buckshot? We're gonna start with buckshot. See how it goes. Okay. Dogs. Okay. Oh, not dogs. The fucking... What do I call it? The wargs or whatever? Oh, right, and they fucking multiply and you gotta get the right one. Cool, 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 cool. Love that for me. Okay. At least they don't unload my gun. That is nice. Okay, that's just a dog. That I can handle. You know what I could really use is fucking grenades. Okay. Really need to drop the dogs just so I'm not worrying about them. And I'm trying not to shoot at these things lest I waste my ammo on them. Okay, slugs, I think we switch to see if I can drop a couple of the dogs while they're out there. Okay, that works. Is that dog still alive? Yes and now no. Where are we? Trouble is, I don't know how many of these I'm worried about. So I'm trying really hard not to burn through everything, since they can just make more of themselves. There you are. Do I go out camping sometimes? Yeah, you know. If you're referring to my camping on top of this box, I'm doing a lot of it. In actual answer to your question, I used to a fair amount. Primarily at the beach, I would go camping. Yeah, if they hadn't taken my medical supplies away from me, I would be doing a lot less of the hide on a box thing. But the fact that I can't, the fact that I have limited ammo and can't heal myself nearly as many times as I prefer to have the option to, means that I am definitely gonna camp on this box. Okay, you. Is it you? No. I think it's that one. Fuck me. Okay, that was my own fault. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Of course, I could be wrong. I would really prefer that this not come down to a knife fight. I'll definitely put some fucking damage into him. I just don't know where the main one is now. Aha. Okay. He was just behind that box. There's the real one. Okay, maybe a real one. Possibly there's a second one? Yes, there's a second one. Okay, you... Fuck it. Then again, I've been wrong before. Shit. So which one's the real one? I gotta say, the fact that this one can create infinite clones of itself, I wish I had grenades. I think grenades would be great. Sadly, they did not provide me with any grenades. Which means that right now, I have low enough ammo that I just need to wait and see if I can identify the one that is creating more. Because if I waste ammo on the fake ones, I'm not going to have enough to take out the real one. But I also think there's a finite number of clones that can be active simultaneously, so I may have to take out some of them in order to show the real one. There you are. Son of a bitch. Okay. This fight sucks. I don't like it. And this is again where if I was allowed to bring my own equipment in, God, this would be fucking easy. Jesus. Okay. Things are not going great here. You. Pretty sure. Fucking Christ. Okay. we fucking got there eventually, but Jesus. Дякую вам. Hey man, that sucked. Give me money.
Твої призові.
Jesus. Get me out of here. I'm going to sleep. It's interesting. Apparently fighting in the arena just gives you the tired, status effect. Because I've definitely slept within the past 4 days, which is the, limit, basically, where if you go without sleep for 4 days, you get, that effect. Give me money. Yes! I mean, absolutely. I wish it worked that way in real life. I could be like, give me money, and they would. Maybe I just need to get into gladiatorial fighting. surely being a cripple will not, like, negatively impact my ability to fight huge monsters. Whereabouts was that fresh bread? And was there anything else I got here? Not as such. So, just the condensed milk then. And back to the arena. Probably.
Ховатися потрібно на видному місці. Ось тоді хер хто знайде.
Tiran? Oh, that's the champion. I was trying to figure out what that meant, and then I remembered it's a name. Okay, guys, come on.
Вважай, тепер пропонуєте
Serious match. Me and that's it. Opponents are going to be all the guys who survived the last 2 rounds.
Вальтера цього разу. Я тобі... Ну що?
How many opponents am I facing?
Ну, тому небагато.
5 or 6 or 7? Okay.
Можливо.
Jesus.
Один проти групи, каже.
Тоді хай щастить. Тільки по-дурному під...
Noted. I'll try to blaze of glory for you. Okay.
Ти знаєш.
Що цього разу?
Вибач, що? Думаю...
Okay. Sniper rifle and a pistol. We are going to go ahead and save before I do this, because, hoo boy, is there every chance that I'm going to fuck this up. What's the main story of Stalker 2? What's the final goal? Final goal, I don't know. So, the first thing is basically you open up in your apartment with an artifact, and you go and try and charge that artifact, and then you get betrayed by someone, and I'm in the main quest line going after that someone, basically. But honestly, I've been doing mostly side content, so I don't know a ton as far as story goes. Okay. Sniper rifle. Remington 700 in a weird chassis. Where's all my spare fucking ammo? Whatever. Picks him up off the first guy. I don't know what that fucking sound is, but it's annoying. One. I'm pretty sure they didn't give me grenades. Well, missed that one. Where precisely is my backup ammo? okay, I fucking have more ammo, and I don't know why I can't load it. Oh, okay. We take those. I don't think searching them actually matters, but force of habit, really. Any mentions of Strelok? I think he has been mentioned. So I think that was 5 enemies in total. For not having any reloads available, which I clearly was supposed to, I think I did okay. Oh, I should have healed before I got back out.
А ти сюрпризи, до речі, любиш? За годину приходь.
Hey, more money. Guys, we gotta work this out. Get the fuck out of my way. We gotta stop. Okay.
Та що ж ти не вспокойся? Ти ж минулого разу усе до останнього просрав.
How am I doing monetarily? I know I've been getting paid for these fights, I just don't know how much I've been making overall. Overall, we are sitting at 15k. Not too bad. Okay, guys, I swear to God.
Один бій? Отже, що я тому, що на відміну від тебе...
2 heads and 2 hearts. Oh, fuck me. I'm fighting a chimera? Oh, I fought one of these in-game, and they fucking suck. Oh, shit.
Звідки тут хим...
А ти ще не зрозумів?
I mean, fair enough. Jesus Christ. Okay. Do I get a machine gun? Cause I'm gonna need it. Gentlemen, please.
Ти сам
Тоді ти вже про.
Де твоя...
Harut. Okay, I do get a machine gun. That's fine. Okay, I get 300 rounds. That does make me feel better. Okay. Ow, a lot. Come on. Can a guy... Okay, I actually respect that they made the melee AI smart enough to hide behind shit when I get out of their reach, but also stop doing that, because I want to kill it. Okay. I'm through more than half of my ammo, so... Well, almost half of my ammo. So, theoretically... Jesus, come on. Again, I would really prefer that this not turn into a knife fight. Okay. I was actually much less worried about that fight than I have been the last two. Just because it's a melee-only thing that can't get at me.
Речі мої.
Heads. Shoot the heads. There are two of them. Hey, yo, Arnie. Nope, that's Tyrant. That's Arnie.
О, тримай! Так, попереду лише фінал, Скіфе. Можеш.
Cool, another 10,000. So we're up to 25.
Поторгував.
That should be fine. Gotta hop out now. Alright. Have a good one. Sleep well. I know it's getting late where you are. Hell, I suppose it's probably getting early where you are. Have a good one. Sleep well, man.
Ховатися потрібно на видному місці.
Ось тоді, що знайде.
Ласкаво просимо.
The final match, show no mercy, last man standing.
Правило в
Alright.
цьому є. Що? З якої?
Можеш обрати.
Тоді револьвер.
Так, все. Погнали, погнали, погнали!
Bring it on.
Все. Правило ти знаєш. Затираніус.
Alright. I guess the first trick is not to miss. Alright. Okay.
Мудак ти
That feels like an achievement.
не міг попередити, що ти...
А питання?
Deal with Arnie. I mean, hey man, whatever, I won.
Ну ти, бляха. Купонів завдяки.
Я сподіваюсь,
Бій красивий, але працює воно. Якщо тримай.
Sledgehammer. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. Unique shotgun. 8 rounds in the magazine rather than the 10 that I'm currently using, but hot damn. Alright, I do need to put all my gear back on. Weird that that's not an achievement. I'm pretty sure it was beating the arena in the original game. Okay. Unequip that shit. Equip. If I put that, I would like to actually compare the two. Yeah, better everything but range, and I can probably upgrade it. Oh, nope. Not what I was trying to do. There we go. There we go. I can drop the... what are they calling it? It's an 870. I don't remember what they're calling it. The M860. Yeah, surely no one will fucking notice that. Press the wrong button. It works better when I don't do that. Okay. That one and that one into the leaded spots. Okay. So my gear's all in really fucking good shape because it didn't get damaged in a way I was expecting it to. Can a guy do some upgrades? Oh, fuck yes, he can. Aiming speed, recoil decrease, moving while aiming, weight reduction. Tactical foregrip. Rubber coating, wear and tear, weight reduction, spread decrease, aiming speed. It's already got the flash suppressor. I will absolutely take the laser designator. And I definitely want the choke. Okay, do I actually? I'm starting to think I don't. How worried am I about recoil? 'Cause my inclination is that I'm not that worried about it. Okay. That's not fully upgraded, but I have a SPAS 12, so life is good. We will eventually fully upgrade that. I do now have a semi-auto shotgun, which makes me feel generally better. Okay. I need to take a moment and look up how to, like, get rid of the electronic collars and the malachite passes. Just because they're stuck in my inventory and they're taking up weight. Keep following the main story, need to sell it when you meet a specific NPC. Okay, so that's just a main story thing. Cool, no problem. And then... Okay. Possible to sell them once they had no use, but after a patch it's broken, they were still marked as a quest item, so you can't get rid of them. Okay. It's a bug. Noted. Okay, so I just can't get rid of either of those currently. That's fine, actually. I'm not enormously worried about it. I just wanted to check. Okay. And I could do with dumping off some of the shotgun ammo that I have. Not a ton, just like 20 rounds. And pick up one singular bandit. Nah, I'm fine, I'll find more. Okay. And now that I've done that... I believe I had another side quest. Job from Boozer. How do I find a sapphire artifact? Okay. Remember when I said I needed to look stuff up? I need to look up more stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah, that is the map that I'm already using, so that's fine. Whatever. Not enormously worried about it. I will get there eventually. Where's the chasm? Because I know that there's a particularly good revolver down there. Okay. Sorry, my mother texted me. I guess do a main mission, right? Like, I could stand to have done a few of those at this point. Might as well. I'm almost certainly over-leveled for that shit at this point. Well, over-geared, given that there aren't actual levels. Barkeep, huh? Well, wherever he is, I don't seem to be able to get at him. I'll make a note of that. Don't suppose there's an artifact, right? Oh my fucking god! Hey guys, I found the chasm. Fuck. Welp. That could have gone better. Probably time to take a drink. Have some water, stay hydrated. I have been meaning to get to the chasm, though, just because I know that there's a guaranteed spawn for, like, the best revolver in the game. Possibly the only revolver in the game, but the one that I just used to win the arena. And then there's also possibly a Vector and possibly another kind of gun that's down there. That's like a guaranteed spawn in a body. It'll be one or the other. Fucking perfect. Okay, that's fine. No problem at all. Okay, new plan. We do all that shit again, but don't die. Should I just sell this? I kind of feel like I should. Maybe later. Okay. And now I need to pay for the upgrades on the shotgun again. Would have been smart to save after that shit. Okay, definitely want to take some more weight off of the shotgun, but for now, I do believe that will be sufficient. Okay, so the chasm's there. I can worry about getting down there later. Not my immediate priority. Immediate priority is go do things and make money. So I can further outfit my shotgun. I probably don't need the hollow sight on this thing. Not that it's really hurting anything, but it's probably unnecessary weight. I like it on the pistol, but on the shotgun I'm less likely to need it, probably. Since I don't plan to use slugs. With slugs it would actually be a pretty punchy thing, but honestly at that point I would be more inclined to put like a ACOG or something of that nature on it. I know that there's a way down there. I don't know what it is. And it's actually possible that that's not the chasm, it's just a chasm. I know that there is a the chasm. But I don't know that much about it. I was just watching a video of someone who was showing how to get, like, certain good weapons. And apparently there are a couple that are guaranteed spawn down the chasm. But to be perfectly honest, I was sort of falling asleep when I watched that video. So I did not retain a ton of information. Oh, you know what's terrible? Is it warned me that my controller batteries are low. Which means any moment now. Well. Ow. What a senseless waste of ammunition. I can toss the gun later if I don't need it. And what's even worse is they didn't even give me, like, any ammo back that I can use. For this gun, anyway. Was there anything else? Drop another gun, something? That's fine. I guess that... Ah, there we are. Cool. Boars versus humans of some variety. Kind of a shitload of them. It does appear that I'll be playing the scavenger. Boarfang. We take those. Okay. Now where were all those poor fuckers who did not survive that? Oh, hey. I'll heal you in a second. Yeah, you sure did. I will come to help you. I just want your friend's stuff first. Thank you. Okay. Was the pratfall necessary? Hey man, you do you. Fucking Three Stooges over here. pretty sure he had a gun, but whatever. Whatever, they're non-hostile. I'm gonna save before I try this, because I know for a fact you can die making this jump. And we are going to save one more time before I swap my controller out. Pardon me. Alright. Okay. Guess I could go wide that way, but I may as well discover what's over here. Ow. God, my new armor is so fucking good. Flea market. Interesting.
Не втручайся.
Okay.
Не втручайся.
I get the impression he's supposed to be sitting. It should be noted that I have absolutely no skill with an actual instrument. Okay, clearly he's supposed to be doing something, but he ain't doing it, so... Guess I'll see if these guys trade.
Говори з головним. Говори з головним.
Okay, I've tried repeatedly, he doesn't want to talk to me, not worried about it. Okay. Okay, presumably there's an entrance somewhere. Can't speak to where, though. Is that fucking thunder? Sorry, I gotta check the weather in my area. Just had a solid rumbling that lasted like 10 seconds. No. My sister must be moving something in the house. That's the only thing I can think of that would be rumbling. Yeah, easy, easy. Let's not. Or we could.
Яка у вільного пика серйозна. Занадто рівна.
Okay. Okay.
Якраз не хотів віддавати Волину.
Come on. Stick your fucking head out. Okay, where, though? The where is important. Okay, again, where is problematic? Come on. tower. Okay. How are we doing? Don't have visual on the far tower, if there's someone there. Be a shitload easier in the daylight. What is this peeking bullshit? Could close the distance, I suppose. Okay. Come on. Okay. Starting to think I should have brought my Mark 1 EMR. More consistent headshots. Okay. Okay, you know what? My vote is approach. And since I'm playing, my vote counts. Ah, fuck's sake. all I heard was grenades, so I'm gonna back into them. Damn. I think I need a slightly more accurate rifle to do this right. Come on. Okay. What we doing? Definitely running low on ammo for this. But proximity is definitely helping. Come on. I don't know who this guy is, but he certainly has some seriously loyal armed forces. Okay, gotta say, I'm a fan of the shotgun. Singular shotgun shell. Suppose we do take those, technically? I don't know who the fuck this guy was, but pretty hardcore when it comes to security forces. Okay. Okay. Nothing of interest, really? It's actually sort of surprising. Probably just missing whatever it is. Ah ha ha, see, like that. Okay. Okay, Okay, that appears to be most, if not all of it. Well, really hope that saved. I'm gonna be a little miffed if it didn't. Oh, perfect. It's doing this again, where I have to... When it hard fails like that, I seem to need to manually exit out of the damn thing in order to get it to actually work. Well, I'm thinking this is probably about where I wrap up the stream. Not exactly what I was aiming for, but let's see where this dumps me. Where the fuck am I? Oh, okay. I'm not still taking fucking fire, am I? Okay. Okay. Anything else of value? Okay, so we have a solid save there. Oh my god, I finally used the metal key. And whatever else, sell that. Oh, there's Nestor. I'd say I was sad to see him go, but I'm not. Okay. Oh, just leave the area. So. Fuck it. Assume that helo is important. Okay, pushing on up. Okay, now what if I head for the slag heap? That seems like the best to go to for now. And then we will wrap up for the evening. I was not expecting quite that extensive a gunfight. Definitely gonna need to repair my armor, though, which will not be inexpensive. Okay, come on.
Треба все прошуршати.
Okay, I wasn't really looking to get into a fight, but fuck it, I'm here. Okay. And let's keep going. I'm not gonna fight with that right now. To be perfectly honest, I may get there and save without, you know, doing all the, like, selling and stuff. I'm eating.
Давай, тягни свою дупу до мене. Подивимося, що ти нарив.
I think I'm headed that way anyway. Well, fuck me. On 200 meters, we can make it. Okay.
Це що? Захоплення терикону?
Питання тут ставить варта. Інші кивають і мовчать. Кругом став.
I mean, I will shoot my way in if I have to.
Та Сидорович, коли про батю щось добре чує. Проходь, але без зайвого шуму, бо інакше стріляю на ураження. У мене наказ.
Терикону тепер
And we're going to save there and call it an evening. Thank you to anybody who joined me, specifically Fred, Jay, and Nusrat. Appreciate you being in the chat. Appreciate anybody who lurked. Appreciate anybody watching this VOD in the future. Have a good day, night, evening, wherever you are. Stay safe, and goodbye.